All right, good morning, guys. Some pretty thick 30-second opening ranges on everything. We have for news. Not much today, actually. Wow. 3 minutes until new 15s. Still just holding our range. ES and RTY above our 30-second opening range and below it as resistance. Testing it now into previous low and our day open on N2. ES and RTY just near the top of our range. Little divergence here. We're just back up to this pivot on SPX after holding our 5-4. We've just done this, and now we're back up into retesting this POC value low, this range. Can we get back in, right? Or is it going to be resistance here on every retest that we do. So far, this has been holding as resistant, pretty solid range. Let me just mark. But that's where we are. It's the same place we've rejected now twice.
Russell 2000 hitting more than a 1 week high, last up 1.7%.
Where are we on? Yeah, we're just range on the newsletter chart. If you look on the higher time frame Russell chart, we're still within this distribution. No change here. We need to see RTY make this supportive. So we can push up, just back up to these highs. Need to make this tail supportive. So still within our parameters here. There's really not a ton here until we can make this 120. You ES still just holding our value. It's done the bounce from our 30-second opening range and is pushed like this, just back up to the highs. Now just contesting our value edge. Just waiting to see if we can make a higher low, higher high. So far, we've got the higher low, but we're still making lower highs. Just very, just the middle of the range, right? Basically, right? At our value edge. I think what we're going to want to see is something like this, or a push out of this area, which is just our ETH high becoming supportive. If this continues to fail, it's still just an area of indecision. We have this really tight node and no tail on either side, which allows for expansion. Pretty volatile movement based off of how volume's been trading so far this morning. Need to fill in some of the structure below and above. This is what you'd be looking for on the upside. Downside is just going to be pushed back down to 70, so I would assume. And with the NQ divergence, kind of with RTY as well. I mean, they're both going down, but with NQ failing to get back over our 30-second opening range here, this is pretty weak. And we're going to be watching for secondary reactions below previous day value, which is at our 40 edge, right? And what we're wanting to see here is the ability to push and build below this.
100, which indicates
This leads to more downside.
The cryptocurrency index is 68 out of 100, indicating greed.
Bounces at our blue zone here. Just
keeping an eye on the VIX as well.
We expect more range bound stuff like this.
Down around 6.4% at around 13.
Does that make sense? Either we hold and are respecting yesterday's value, right? Our auction from yesterday, previous day value low, previous day POC. That's our current support and resistance. or we make it resistant and we show that we are no longer interested in yesterday's distribution, right? And if that's the case, then we expect continuation down on NQ. As long as we're maintaining it, we expect chop. But we shall see. Kind of annoying how slow we are this morning already. Move.
So Japan strengthening as much as spot 5% to 153 spot 1.5 to the dollar. So again, just some weakness in the dollar yen coming through here.
We're still testing our 30-second range low on our day open. Kind of crazy how close ES and NQ are following each other today with Russell diverging. Like basically the same price action on NQ. Yes. This looks decent though, with Russell finding the low to 270. See if we can break the downtrend in RTY and recover VWAP is supportive. NQ now back into our 30-second opening range, testing previous day POC. Again, we have the pathing for upside. I'd like to see us be able to build between this 44 and 66 on NQ. ES need to be able to build above this 92 and hold ETH high as supportive, or this will mark our resistance. Holding on ES. That there's room up to 500. One here and or push into 500. One. See if NQ can hold 30-second opening range high here. Also still diverging, stuck in our 30-second opening range, just like this. Are holding. 25 seconds until the 15s. We're trying to establish just supportive bid here on NQ into the close of this 15, where we hold our previous day POC as supportive and then can push off of it. Failure to do that is just going to result in a rotation back through the entire range. We really want to see this bid here. I can actually, it's a bit more. Looking for this to immediately like be buy side, and then we're looking for a recovery of this, and then push off of it. Here onto new. Failure to do this again is just going to result in rotation. Russell leading us down. Yeah, Russell really hurting us here. Let me shift this to that 500 level that I was talking about. Should be the same now for downside potential, where if this is now holding as our resistant, we push back down. And just it's over, same thing as before. It's the most important part. I think to I'm dragging everything. I don't want to. Russell really leading us down here. Got delete this. Got quite a bit of room for the gap fill. First area. First. POC shift at 55.5. It's bouncing. It's not fun. Really watching to see if buy sides here. Not, then we're gonna have to do gap slow. At 44s. See if 55 is sold.
Dow Jones hitting a 1 week high, last up 1.5%.
There's like a 10% chance Mario would have taken that. It happened in all of 3 seconds. But very actionable. Still just rage bound across the board. RTY holding our 55.5.
Brent and US crude futures falling more than $2 a barrel on China demand slides.
These rotations on NQ are going to be pretty volatile today. Here's a good thing I just found on Twitter, just analyzing some of the rotations from today, even just to give an idea of like chop and then move. Please make sure you're using stops today. 55.5 held on RTY. Back into our secondary target here. This is just rotation of the range in our 67s. If we're going to get more than this, but this is our rotation. Held our POC shift from the day before. Very important that we held this previous resistance. That's supportive on retest. Now just waiting to see if we can get back into value or not. And if you want a visual of what that looks like with the LDB thing, looks like this. $20 until new 15s. Opening basically in the middle of our range on NQ here. Same thing for ES at 84s. Really tough area, middle of the range. Only thing that is not is the Russell. Russell is holding resistance at our bounce, but now at our value edge in our day open. Need to see if we can build above this or if this is just going to rotate back down. Really big test here, seeing if we can get back into our previous auction. We're holding POC from previous candle, previous 15. Into the low of our range here in NQ, waiting to see if we break below or not. We have some buy-side deltas right below us here in this previous day value low edge. Not very interested in trying to short this, just because we know that this is our bounce. We need to see it become resistance. I have drawn, or we're kind of just stuck. We can make this 76 supportive on a pushover. You should be able to just look right back up into these deltas up here into 105. We're really just watching how we react at this POC from previous candle. And we bid here, push. Russell rejecting, top of range. And keep trying to build here into our value edge. Still waiting to see if we can get the bid or if this is going to make that new low below previous day. Basically just watching to see if this edge can hold for rotation back up to our halfway back, or if we
So in 10
push
minutes
below
time now,
and
at
then
the top of
hold
the hour,
for
we get
continuation
the
down.
Canadian
There's
budget
nothing
balance
really else
prior with a
here.
deficit of 33.59
And Russell
billion.
failed to breach over, and we're getting our rotation back down through the range. How are you holding on NQ so far? Another test of value. Still failing to get over this POC and hold it supportive in a way. Russell coming back down to bottom of range. See if we get another bounce in the overall market, if Russell wants to do another rotation, or if we see a shift.
In 5 minutes time now at the top of the hour.
Yeah, you've got some pretty serious two-sided trading down here. Our first like real attempt building above previous candle POC and now holding it. Still think that there's probably a little bit more room up. Again, I was looking for 105. Just into these selling deltas here. How we react from this level, I have no clue. Really, we need to see exiting into those. Just I'm not too sure. That was target though. We can start to build back over 120, then we have something. The only thing I really saw was this. So the way that I looked at this area is we have buyers here in the lows. We have a selling candle here. Sorry, a selling POC here. All we're looking to do is like we know buyers are below in this blue zone. So you're either looking to interact here into this blue, or you're waiting for this to show as supportive at our POC, which is this yellow dotted line, for a move back up into these selling deltas and the top of our range. So we know buyers are down here into this low. We know it. We're not looking for shorts below it until we see previous day value low holding as resistant, right? So we know the seller's above and it's volatile, but it's choppy. But we're not looking for shorts until we see this. So this is a buying zone as long as that's maintaining. What we're looking for a secondary move, though, is this action right here. What is this showing us compared to the action to the left? This is still just being taken in size-wise. So all I'm looking for is the ability to actually build above this POC here for a rotation and a push through this very thin area up to our VWAP. So you just need to be patient, understanding structurally we aren't shifting, right? It's just two-sided trading. And we know that we're not looking for shorts at the low until we see a reason to be taking short, which would be a push below value. We are holding value. You see the difference? So it's like, yes, it's choppy, yes, it's volatile, but at the same time, no, it's really not. Right? Like what are we doing? Well, we tagged the low, which was previous day value, and then we recovered value. All we're looking for is a secondary move up, and then we're now back up into our range. Right? So now it's like, okay, can we build here for continuation, or do we rotate back through? It's really important, like that structurally we understand, like we're holding where we need. And like if this chop is worrying you, if you're getting stopped out in this region, it probably means that you're over leveraged. Great job, Cass. Another bounce off bar 55.5 on the Russell. Again, it is just rotating between our two pivots. Yes, held our 30-second opening range. Bidding, now attempting for this ETH high. Again, remember what we want to see here. We want to see the ability to build above our overnight high, then push. If it fails to do that, then we should expect us just to come back down to our value edge. I mean, it's just the same conversation that we had yesterday, where it's like if you're getting stopped out, or if you're like, if nothing's invalidated in your play, but you're getting emotional while in it, in the structure that you want to trade, and you're watching the numbers go up and down, and you can't afford to have any drawdown, you're over leveraged. It's really that simple, and you need to change your sizing. I had a terrifying experience this morning where I changed my RTY DOM to an NQ one. Still was on 10 quantity. I clicked it and didn't realize. Quickest trade of my life. Immediate exit. So I usually trade in 10 lots for RTY in total size. So when I'm exiting, I usually try to exit in full size. I usually buy in 2 lots on RTY, but for NQ, I usually go in single lots. Was it green? Yeah, it was green. Green, but scary. It's really not a ton here. It's back at the top of our ranges, still failing. Sell side still present at previous day POC. We've just done the auction from yesterday. previous day value low, back up to previous day POC, right? It's your first target in any sort of volume profile play. Yes, still trying to build at ETH high. Russell still sideways. Just seeing if we can try to develop here at our 19s on NQ. It is important to be able to hold our 30-second range low as well as our 15-minute VWAP. That's all we're waiting for. Is can we now develop here? Things don't look terrible as of yet. We're just kind of stuck. I think they look good. It's really your preference. Personally, for me, your volume profile is like way too opaque, but that's a me thing. Ever floats your boat? Damn, what did normies say to that answer? Probably chess. I feel like they're pretty on par. But chess, like, just definitely has more tactic. Like, there's no argument there. Later, sir. We're watching the 86 edge on ES for our pullback here into value in our LVN. Watching 119 on NQ as our pullback. See if we can hold this higher low or not. Looking for bids here. Failure to bid. Rotate back down. Such a weird question, Ty. Hmm. I mean, like any entry in that area is fine. It's just understanding why it's fine. That's the whole point. Why I talked about what I did before. It's like we haven't invalidated, we're still just holding previous day value low. There's nothing to like really do other than either attempt a long for a rotation back or you're waiting for a short up. Right. So like it really comes down to what kind of leverage are you willing to put down into the lows, you know? Other than that though, it's just like it's just job. I think waiting for the candle to actually close above previous POC was pretty important for a secondary entry if you didn't get in, if you were uncomfortable. But other than that, like I feel like you still have to have a pretty um, willing to put a stop right below value, right at the wick low, right? So you'd be looking for something like this if you were unwilling to just buy below this wick low. The problem with this is like this is still just support, right? So like what's does this stop make a lot of sense? I mean, maybe for if you think that we're going to hold here and push, it makes sense. But like you get stopped and then it's just a bid again. So it's really is kind of a rough area to try to have a very tight stop. Just makes it hard when we're just kind of chilling. I'd assume this rotates back down to 76 here on NQ. Russell just broke our 55.5, continuing to diverge and push down. We'll see what happens. This area sucks. So slow. What's your risk that what's your stop out or stop loss on an MOC play? What gives you confidence to play that kind of volatility but not a structural hold? I'm curious as to why you think that the risk makes sense on MOC close, but us reclaiming value low was not worth putting size on for. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, I see what you're talking about. You're buying the wick highs of the range and not the wick lows. This is the slowest pushback to POC from a failure at value high I've seen on any basis. You guys see what I mean though when I say like why I'm expecting a rotation back if a failure. Like, okay, I'm gonna do this again. This seems like it was helpful before. We see how we have a new high here, but then we push below value. So what we're looking for is a continuation of this downtrend and a move back down to POC here. We're seeing that POC is like trying to shift to where we are right now, but this is really important to be able to see on your chart for yourself. Is we have buyers attempting here, right? On every dip back into value, we see immediate bids. What we don't see is after is a push below and a failure to get back over where these buyers were, right? This is our value edge here. So on a look back inside value, we expect a rotation down into our POC edge. This is a failure at the highs to shift value outside of our given auction, right? This is our value edge here. Let me change this to so it's up. So what are we seeing? We're seeing a shift where we failed to hold the highs. These buyers up here are now offsides, and our offer has moved down, right, in a downtrend. And so we're looking for rejections here and a rotation back down to POC in this situation. We're now just kind of like building here, which is odd. That's what I was saying. It's like a very slow rotation off of our failure to get back into value. And we've seen it, it's so slow, in fact, that POC has actually shifted up to this point. Holding previous 15 so far off of the POC shift. Just trying to get back over value high. Not a ton here until start to make this supportive. But good hold so far. Instant transfer fees have to be one of the most obnoxious things. How in this day and age does it still take 4 to 5 days to transfer money? But if I pay $8, you can do it instantly. That's why we need XRP. Back down to POC from previous 15, seeing if bids can hold here or shift back down through value to fill this LVN. Pretty tame market. Things are still just holding their highs. Sell side needs to show their hand pretty seriously here if we want the rotation back down. what I'm watching for here, if that didn't make sense to you, is we're currently underneath the previous candle 15-minute here, POC, this yellow line. Yellow lines, I'm going to try to make just always just the 15 POCs. What we're watching is if sell side can push below and actually close underneath. If so, I'm looking for a fill of the structure back down 69s. If we can continue to just bid here, there's nothing really here for sell side. We're just continuing to have offside sellers into this low. The thing is like if these guys ever do start to show some acceleration, this move is going to be very quick. So far, they're just being absorbed into these lows. We can see that on footprint. For we just need to be very careful. That's what I'm trying to say. And it's like, so if you are trying longs off of this low of range, understand that like you need to maintain a pretty tight stop because filling this LVN will be very quick if we do see that acceleration below these selling deltas. As long as we're bidding here, things are fine. It's just a pretty sketchy area. I'm still just wanting to see us the ability to build above previous day POC with actual support, right? With a serious bid, not this garbage. And I want to see us be able to like push and then hold our 30-second opening range. So far, all attempts above have resulted in a failure and a rotation down. Failure, failure, right? So we know that there's someone very strong here. We need to see the acceptance above and push off of this area for a continuation, or we're just trapped. And you can see like we're just trading up into the selling POC above us at 141. Maybe I should change these to solid, easier to visualize. Damn. 20 million doesn't seem like a lot, but it's interesting that he's getting charged. Twitter's gonna love this. if it can be proved that hedge funds were paying him to push out reports after they had positions and then they were giving them a portion of their trading profits, that's pretty significant. Uh, minute 30 until new 15s. Our new 15, sorry. Jesus. Trying to build now above this selling POC. See if we can do it. Want to see 141 ideally hold if we're going to get continuation. Pushing into first target here, previous high off of our hold of our 141. Need to see the ability to push above and hold. Or this will just reject again. New 15s opening now. Russell starting to show some weakness here. Any weakness you want to see immediately bought in this 50 to 40 area on NQ, or it's not going to hold. We're just looking for pullbacks into this buyer or the ability to build over our 30-second opening range for a push into 205s again. There's really no in between. We don't want another failure at the highs. Again, we've seen sellers take advantage of this now twice, 3 times almost. Really need to be able to build this out and build here. And push here, sorry. Still seeing some minor absorption into 170. Is it Friday or is it Monday? Feeling like a Monday to me. One more here. One runner left looking for us to push into 205. On our hold that we've drawn pathwise. It's clearly sell side above and ES is into target. I'd like to see us push into state value high, but it's a little murky as we push. $26. I played off of 51s and then I played off of 70s. I really liked this response here off of the recovery in our 40 to 50 area, and I played that up 70, and then I played 70s up into 196. Yeah, I mean this recovery here at 26 is great off of the hold of our day open and daily our day open and our halfway back on the 15. But my concern was into 141, so I didn't want to take a long until we were showing 141 as supportive from the previous 15. But I don't think there's anything wrong with it. It just didn't feel as clean to me as recovering that seller. But 26 to 41 would be a perfectly fine scalp until we did reclaim. To me, it just again like I wanted to see this build specifically. It's right here. But like that again, there's nothing wrong with if you're just looking at structure. This makes sense as a pivot to look for that management there. My issue is like there's just resistance right above for me, so I'd rather us just reclaim that so that I can put on size and then trade up. I think both are valid. Okay. What will Russell do back into these highs? Remember last time it rejected this area or PVZ. We're just waiting to see if we can reclaim or if this is just going to do another rotation. Going on vacation? Hmm. Well, you'll be missed, but enjoy yourself while you're there. Are you looking to expand the restaurant? Got it. Guys, what's the name of your restaurant again? 7. It was cafe something. Yeah, I think it looks okay. This is it, right? Get yourself a meal, Dubs. Dubs, you gotta meet a girl in New Jersey. That is a free fine dining meal, my friend. This ES target into previous day value high. Finally hitting our 205 to 218 here on NQ. Nice little push up on this new 15. RTY was able to actually push through and get back into our 30-second opening range. Things look fine. Things look okay for continuation so far. Just got to see if we can now build at these higher prices. Love to see ES be able to develop out above previous day value. Would be great. I think we're just watching this 506. See if bids are able to maintain here. Got to show that to the waiter, Dubs. MVP, like most valuable player. Are we good with this area? Do we understand like the trend continuation and the push like from the 108 and then the recovery of 41s and now the continuation off of 76s? Are we all on the same page here, or are we confused and kind of like figuring out what to do? Okay. Want to make sure. This has been pretty straightforward, but it's slow, which can cause you to like mentally kind of give up. Again, like I'm really just playing off of these 50-minute POCs for the most part. As long as we're maintaining, then we just play up into our levels above and kind of just coast. Like if we actually just like look at this reversal, right? Like this has been very good in the overall scheme of things with us holding previous POCs. Like if you just look, like, take a step back and be like, oh yeah, we're just kind of in a trend, you know? It is going to be a big deal if we can hold like this 6870 now, Russell. That's a big first sign of positive Russell movement and a shift of our downtrend RTY. It's it's a pretty big deal if we can start to like actually build here, and we should be able to push up into 80, I would assume, just to our POC shift. So I'd really like to see this area be able to hold, and us to slowly build this out. I'd love for this to now hold. Be a great sign for the market. I'll probably hang out with you guys for the full session. I don't have anything else going on. Mario will be on at 12:30, so 20 minutes from now. No, I love you guys. I just don't like sitting in front of my computer all day. Yesterday I left and there was a ton of live music going on outside, and then I shorted the market at the high and just chilled and listened to a live band. It was perfect. Felt like I was actually living in a city for the first time. You wear glasses? Nah, I have 20/20. Hopefully that lasts. My dad wears glasses. I don't know like what side that's genetic from, but my mom also wore glasses. So maybe I'm due for a nerf here relatively soon. All my brothers have perfect vision as well though, so I don't know. It's just skip us? I don't know how it works. Dude, the high water. Even though you sit in front of a computer a lot, yeah. That's kind of the scared about eye strain. But I've got pretty solid lighting in my room. I don't think I've ever worn glasses. like just in general, other than like 3D glasses for a movie. Like I've definitely never worn sunglasses. That I think glasses to be edgy is a wild comment. Who wears glasses to be edgy? No one's ever said that in the history. Are hipsters edgy? Oh, really important to see Russell bid here. Again, like this can define a shift for us. If we don't see a bid hold here, then it's just back to the old rotation and feels terrible. Russell bidding here makes our life a lot easier. 30 seconds until no 15s. Should get an idea if this is still going to maintain as our high. ETH high held on NQ. Got an LVN below us on NQ, which is kind of unfortunate. Down to 85.90. Just waiting to see if there's any volatility into the close of this candle. I really want to see Russell VWAP hold this supportive, this bid, be able to push off of here. Getting stuck in this range for another hour or two would just be unfortunate. And same thing with like ES, like we want to see previous state value high, hold as supportive to show that we want expansion. Gotta break these lower highs. So stuck. Yeah, I really do like this new place. It's the exact opposite side of the city. Feels much better. Before I was living in like the area with all of the bars, and I don't drink, so it's just like it felt kind of awful. But now I'm like actually downtown, not on like the water where all the bars are, all the annoying people. feel like I didn't answer your test because it seems like you answered it yourself. But your review looked good. I saw it after you posted the secondary picture, and it looked like you kind of figured it out. But I mean, I can go into it again with you, but it looked like you just like held through a level that you shouldn't have. Like we got a slight relief bounce, and then we pushed through, and that should have been your invalidation because it was the lower high right at our pivot. Yeah. Come on, get through this 25. This is just our reoffer here on NQ. Russell still flirting with VWAP. No confirmation yet. Excuse me. The longer we sit here, the more likely it feels that we're gonna have to tag back into like 93s for a liquidity grab if we can't push over. I want us out of here quick. Gotta be very careful with Russell showing some weakness at VWAP. Still just kind of rotating ticks, but this could be the first signs of us curling over if we can't see a solid bid step in. Again, like we need to make this supportive. So there's not a ton of structure until back down at like 261 on RTY down here. This is by far my least favorite price action to trade on the shorter time frame. Just because like every 15-minute candle is a doji for the first seven you know 12 minutes of it, and then we get a directional decision afterwards. So you just have like these wicks on either side, and then at the end, like nearing the end of the candle, then we get the push. It just feels bad. It just feels bad. This really does feel like a Monday's price action. Like we still have movement, but the movement is just not fun to be in. You see what I mean? How this was a doji, and then in the last like 2 minutes, we get this push up. Just makes for really awful trading, but it's been of a very like similar sequence over and over and over again where we have to develop out. But like as long as bids are maintaining at the level, like things are able to play. It's just obnoxious though. Minute 30 until 15's close. NQ flirting with ETH high. ES still holding previous day value high. Russell still stuck at VWAP. What now? Yeah, I mean it feels a little bad now, but holding our POC at 208 it's fine. It's kind of what I'm getting at. It's like these trades that don't feel great being in, because we know it's just gonna chop the first like 8 minutes of the candle, 7 minutes of the candle, but like nothing's invalidating the uptrend, right? That's the issue. It's like having a tight stop in a choppy market is just doesn't work. Yep. U15's opening now. Bid holding. I want us over this 50. About one here, just risking off. Stop now, break even at 45. Just looking for that expansion. Like to see us be able to build over this pivot now. POC is at 50, so can we now build is the question. Russell still holding our low. Just get worried when ES is retesting these highs, so figure to risk off one, just leave a runner. And we really want to see like these buyers actively buying it. It's 50 level on any sort of retest in. Russell's still rejecting VWAP, lower high. Is me just highlighting the POCs on chart with the yellow and not really worrying about anything else? Is that helping kind of clear out noise, or is that I really trying to focus on this because I think it's like one of the easier things that you can start to see and get a idea of direction and like where we're looking to hold and what like actually has meaning. Hopefully it's helpful and less noisy. Uh, just got stopped on that. Watching our ETH high to see how far we need to pull back. We've got these buying deltas here, but if they get taken out, then it's just coming back down into this 217.08 if we can't see a sustained bid here. Russell is really hurting us. Gotta see us be able to push over 50s and then reclaim, or there's no long for me after getting stopped there. We held where we wanted to buy side, but now the offer can just be sitting here. So gotta see us push above. That's how I usually interact with pivots is I want to see interaction at the top. If we push to the low, I now need to watch to see if the offer is now sitting here. Because this is going to be where our lower high starts for that continuation down, right? $50, where I wanted us to bid the first time. Are you asking why or? Hmm. Yeah, no, it's just the top of our wick from our last 15, and it's been our sell side. It's just been a pivot for a while now, but this area has either been where we've been seeing selling or active buyers trying to step in and failing. So for me, it's just like either like if we scroll left, we can see that this is either the start of a sell right from below or the start of a solid bid that is able to push us up. So it's either like are we going to be able to maintain in this range above from 50s to 300, or are we still stuck with this 37 to 50 being our pivot for rotations down? That's kind of all I see it as. So like I want to see active bids step in above 50 to show us that we want to do this rotation higher. Does it make sense if I visualize it like this? So for me, it's like after I get stopped out of one into like 45s, it's like, okay, well, I need to now see like a better confirmation, or I just expect us to pull back down to like start to form these lower highs and then start to move back down to where buyers were active. Or unless I can see like a pretty active bid step in above, it's like, okay, and then I can play this up. It's just like a kind of a rule that I have for myself so that I don't immediately get stopped out of a trade and then get back in at a level of where I was looking for interaction.
Hello, everybody.
Yo, yeah, 'cause to me, Sauce, this just feels like indecision here until we see either like the reclaim and bid or the push below and then the test into that double POC below us. It's like too choppy for me, which means that I'm gonna be emotional in that area. So I'd rather just wait for a confirmation above or below. In between just feels off. I think if you're playing ES, like it's very easy to see where we need to hold. Like we're just bidding off a previous day value high.
I know I wasn't part of the beginning conversation, Sauce, but I will say that um, sometimes my best trades take like 2 or 3 attempts at entry. I don't know if it's super relevant to the entire conversation, but what I caught at the end, I think, and I think that's okay, because generally, like the best entries are like for a short, say, or like a rejection where it feels like it's gonna break out because we're getting a big like trap traders kind of setup, like a lot of offside buyers. Same thing on the short side. Long side, you know.
Minute 14 until new 15s. At our target here into 75s. ES new high. Another hold of our previous day value. I've got 23 to 30 above us for target for ES. Russell finally trying to push over VWAP here. Looks like POC is probably going to close on this candle at our 50, which makes sense. It's the level we were watching. What's up?
Microsoft has some strength on the day, much more than yesterday. Interesting. Actually able to accept into Wednesday's auction here, or is trying to. Anyone hold Braxton's Google puts overnight? He it wasn't like an official, he like hopped in chat, so he didn't make like a big post about it. So you might have been AFK or just at a time you weren't here. I don't think a lot of people took them, especially with how the indices were moving.
To our pullback area here on NQ. Just waiting to see if we can see a solid bid step in. Our previous buyer. Just filling the LVN. Need to get back over 76 for anything more. That'll be where you risk. It's got to be where the offer's sitting. That was weird. My trading view froze there.
Hey man, I didn't destroy Rory. He kind of just asked for it. He flew too close to the sun. I guess.
Should have your stops to at least break even if you are playing off of this pullback area that I have written out. Still have not broken the high. Need to see the push. Tempting to now bid at 76, but there's nothing really here. Just back to this node. See a bit more active participation for anything more. Still 16 points, but you know. We push into our most recent high. It's a good area to risk off at least some of your position on the reoffer. Looking for 305, 306 above this if we are able to breach. Just took off 2 here. One left.
If ES can trade through this 24, you do have a decent chunk of liquidity up at 30, but it's pretty thin until then. It's like yesterday's high as well. 33. Might take a couple goes.
This just feels like I'm gonna get stopped out before the move happens. Time we've left 2.5 minutes until only
Yeah.
15.
In turn of hour.
Let's see. I'm leaving it.
It's the tough part about this, like, low liquidity environment right now where, like, the ranges are so good, but they're so big.
Yeah.
Like, just period. It's tough. I saw, like, it made me laugh so hard, but, like, Fury V and Leo are talking about stop sizes in this condition, because they both trade, like, NQ. And they were like, yeah, like, sometimes I'm going to micros, or, like, I have, like, a 30, 40 point stop, so I'm sizing down, and then, like, Macro Tactical came in, and he's like, my stop is I'm trading ES in these conditions, and I just died. It's like, that's how I'm controlling the range. Ugh.
Talked about it a decent amount this morning. Same thing. It's just like every 15-minute candle for the first 7 minutes is just back and forth trading,
Yeah.
and you don't get your movement until like the second half of it. It's like these you've got chop basically at our structural zone
Yes.
for I don't know 2 candles, but like everything's holding. So either like you have to be willing to stay in the trade with smaller leverage, right? Like if you're getting emotional and we're just chopping and nothing's like invalidating, it's like okay, you're probably just over leveraged. That's usually the issue.
So Boris, for this, uh, for a normal NQ day, not these last 3 days, I think 10, that's like the sweet spot. really. And if you notice that you are getting stopped out with that on a normal day, it's an entry issue. But with these ranges, like I don't want to say that's small, but you have to be really, really precise with entry.
Okay, well, like it's easy to visualize here, Boris. Just like look at the average chop zone before a move on each of these rotations, right? So if we see that this chopped from here to here, that's 20 points. So if your stop is 10 and you didn't buy at the low, you're going to get stopped. Look at this rotation here. This is 21. You see what I mean? So if you're not executing at the low of the range, looking for upside, and you're executing up here in the mid to high of the range, looking for expansion, you're going to get stopped out by the time we get to the low. Does that make sense? Like, it should be a very easy visualization to be like, I see that before we get a movement, we usually rotate on average 18 to 20 points on every single one of these rotations. This candle here is 25 points. You see this? Before every movement we chop. This movement here, 30 points. The movement here at the lows, when we were talking about this before, 30 points. Am I still lagging? I'm confused. I haven't.
It was just like a little blip, but I don't
Okay.
think it was in the middle of anything important.
Right, but do you see what I'm saying? Your stop shouldn't, that 10-point stop should be fine if your execution is happening at the low of the range and not the mid or the high of the range. Because then you have room below. If you're executing here for longs, then you get stopped out where buyers are. So you can very easily see, like, oh, before we get movement, there's a range of 30 points on NQ. So it's literally just execution, like Mario said, but it's very easy to visualize it by just seeing like how we chop before movement.
I don't have your stream up, but so I don't know if you're doing this, but for Boris, a really good way to get used to this and to start visualizing it is using the long and short position tool. Okay, yeah, you just have the box. But like if you within it's like the third or fourth one down, there's like a long and short position where it'll establish your R&R for you. And you can just like put it on the chart and be like, oh, like if I enter here where I want to enter, this is not I'm going to get stopped out kind of thing. So I would really recommend anticipating entries and using that tool. It'll help you stay more objective as well.
A 10-point stop should be fine if you're executing at the edge low. I mean, I think I just told you what you're doing wrong, but I don't know. It sounds like you're executing in the middle or the high of the range and not where buyers are, but where sellers are.
This is like also the power of journaling, because if you're taking pictures of all your trades and writing about them, you'll look at them and you'll be like, oh my god, every day this week, if I would have just waited like 2 seconds for my entry, I would have been in a way better spot instead of getting emotional. And then like that pattern when you're like like kind of like blacking out during your trading per se, and like being, just like feeling FOMO or emotion about an entry, the more you journal it, the more that'll be in your subconscious mind where you're like, oh no, I know that I'm feeling this way now and I need to chill because, like, I've seen it.
Also, are you taking 3 MNQ at once, or are you going 1,
That's
1,
a good
1?
point.
Because if it's a range, you can just like 1 MNQ at a time as we're still like holding the low of the range. You should be able to, yeah, 3 at once is not good because you're doing your full size in your singular entry. Like 3 MNQ is still pretty big size for how you usually trade. Understanding like what your account is. So like if you're gonna ever go in with your full size off bat, you need to be very confident in your play, right? Have a very clear invalidation of when it's not valid and have a very clear take profit. If you're going, if we're just ranging and holding an area, that's not an entry for full size. I would say, yeah, 1 to begin with, especially if it's just a continuation play. If you have a setup in mind, 3 is fine because you actually have all of your variables, right? It's very important to know the difference. Not every play deserves the same amount of leverage. This is why, again, like journaling and having a set of mechanical setups is key so that you know what you should be doing, like size wise. Like Mario doesn't put on 3 lots every time. I don't put on 5 lots every time, right? Like we don't do that. We sometimes put on larger leverage, but we usually initiate with like 1 or 2. I honestly, and it's something that we were talking about earlier today, but like I think that a lot of your problems, like not just like you, but like everyone in chat right now and on stream, it's just like you're over leveraging. You're just trying to do too much. And when things go against you at all, right? You're happy, you're not happy with $200 gains, but you're scared of $200 of losses, right? And to me that just means like you're sizing up too much and you don't have a set plan and you're not willing to put on risk. Like if you're willing to stop out at $200 profit, $200 loss, like you should be willing to take $200 profit. A lot of these like smaller rotations are very playable, but you just like are looking for too much and are too scared at the low. Like this first pullback into 60s and then just playing back up to the highs, like some of you might not see that as a viable play, but to me like that's a very easy play where it just is like, oh, okay, like we're just pulling back into liquidity and then we're playing back up to our offer. To me, like that, this rotation is worth a lot because it's an easy thing for me to see and it's 33 points. Like, are you not happy with 33 points on NQ? Like that's what that little rotation from our pullback area of interest back up to our offer. Those are $500, $600 trades with 1 contract. So like again, it's like putting size on in areas where like you feel like you have a very solid risk to reward and just being able to like take profit into those areas. Like that's viable. You don't need breakout for that. That's just a range play. Maybe I'm losing. This is what that looked like from that screenshot. Like we've gone nowhere since then, but our levels are holding.
The last comment I want to make on this, I just thought about this because I was talking to some people about it yesterday, but when the market gets like these conditions like they are now, it's not common. You maybe get like 5 or 6 days a year, and it takes a couple years to get a feel for when these big like ranges and low liquidity environments are probable or even possible. And it even takes a couple more years to really learn how to navigate them, I think. So if you're new and this is your first time seeing them, like don't the key here is to not get on the wrong side of trades or paper cut yourself into oblivion. Like really focus in on them because these are the conditions where if you really study them, you can make your year. Like the if you just traded like these past 2 days and you felt really confident about the rotations, you could literally be done for the year. Um, so I want to bring that up because if people are getting kind of like upset that they're not performing well when they see like big P&L posts in these times, understand that these type of markets themselves is a skill set. And like personally, I only feel like I'm starting to really get comfortable with them and identify them really quickly and be able to hold through them because it's not an easy thing. It isn't, and it takes time to get used to it. Um, so I just want to make that comment as well because it's really easy for these days, these type of days, to make your year, and it's just as easy, if not easier, for them to destroy your year. So it's okay to just like take a chill pill and really take a step back and evaluate the days and okay, what does this feel like? You know, things like that as well. It's nothing new because the same rules you're trading normally apply, but it's definitely different. And we can all, I think, understand that it feels different, it looks different. If it doesn't look different or feel different to you, you need to spend more time with the market so you can get the intuition of how different days feel and look like.
5 seconds until new 15s. starting to fail to build above POC and hold. It's just this like I already have it marked, but I'll change it to yellow. This here. See previous candle. I'd expect if we don't see a very solid bid here for us to out of this range. If 77s can't go supportive. We've just spent a lot of time here chopping and we're starting to see the curl over. So like either this goes supportive or a steeper pullback makes a lot more sense. So really watching to see how we interact here on this retest. I really like again like for the Boris thing. Like, if you are interacting at any point at this pullback level, you would have been profitable playing with a 10-point stop loss, just playing on this edge. I really do believe that you're just not interacting at the edge. And I mean, that should be something that you can pretty easily visualize when you go back to journal. But at no point were any of these trades not profitable. Stop. If you were just trading this garbage range. Yeah, I think it's a good mix, Kels. Having the lower time frame plus the higher really helps with execution, in my opinion. My favorite is having like a very low time frame next to a 15. Just like them side by side is just so good. Back to the top of our range. Ability to now bid 77s is key. Love to see us be able to kind of hold here on this node. Failure is just going to result in another rotation. The downside. Really want to see if buyers can now step it up now that we're pushing back over previous candle. Russell needs to like do something. So sick of us just holding view up. So like, how many points is this to here? So if you were trading the middle, like you're stopped here, just at the middle of the range, any point here, like the bottom is 17 points, the top is 17 points. And people don't want to see it, and they don't want it to be true. But at the end of the day, it really is this.
Always has been.
Like you hate to see it.
It always has been. I know, Sinj, I know. You just gotta trust us, man.
Think like maybe a good rule for you guys that can be easily followed is that if we see multiple candles, if we see an inside candle, your job is to not take trades until we have broken and starting like to one time frame up, right? Like you see the difference between this solid trend on footprint on the 15 and this. You see how we're doing another area of sideways action here? So like in these areas where we see multiple candles just like inside bar, inside bar, inside bar. This is inside bar, right? Like these areas, the only places you want to be interacting are at the high and the low of these ranges. Because it's clearly a range, right? So like defining the area that you're trading in, this seems like very straightforward and like I shouldn't have to say it, but like you should just easy reminder to yourself that in areas like this, you want to be interacting only at your edges. It's chop, right? So until we break out of this and start doing action that looks like this, you don't have the ability for trend. These look very different. You get me? So when we're in this kind of environment, just remind yourself, I only want to be looking for longs into these lows. I only want to be looking for shorts into these highs. I don't want to be interacting in the middle of this range because we know that it has the ability to go in either direction. Until we start to see this action, right? Where we're starting to hold POC from the previous candle supported. Then all of a sudden we have the ability to push. And like this is like very like, oh yeah, of course. But like something like this can really help just be like, oh, I understand how I should be interacting in this environment. It is so key. I'm not looking for a breakout in continuation here because we haven't seen any sort of willingness to break out. And I know that my one lot isn't going to cause the breakout. So my only choice is to either wait until this area breaks or interact at the high or the low. And that might seem very obvious, and it's like, oh, okay, yeah, you didn't really say anything, but like this will completely change a lot of your losses. Just this mentality shift of like not looking for breakouts in a range.
I think it's one of those things that is obvious though, and then
Yeah.
like it was like yesterday. I don't even remember who it was. Someone was like, "What's the secret?" And it's like there is no secret. There's no secret. Just don't be an idiot.
Oh.
That's the secret.
My secret is I can see when price is in a box and when price isn't in a box.
Wow. He leaked it, guys. He
Maybe,
didn't even.
yeah, maybe one day you'll be able to have this skill.
Yeah. I need to grift on Twitter for a bit more. I'll come back in a couple years. Purple race bulls.
A raise? No, 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 no. Here's lunch, bud. Yeah. What's crazy is that those bowls probably were more expensive than that $10 Uber Eats gift card. So technically they're doing more. It makes it even worse that the crowd strike side. This is so sad. Oh, you suffered billions in damage? Here. $10 on us.
Sounds like a good
It's,
corporate move.
it's,
I approve. No, like $10. That's like 5 lunches, right?
dystopian. Minute 40 until new 15s. Testing the high of this range again. One shift that we're seeing is ES was able to make a new high. Pushing into our weekly AV WAP now, with Russell also testing highs. So there's some potential here for a bit more. So if you are playing off of the most recent low, I would say just move up your stops because there actually is some potential for expansion. I definitely wouldn't be interacting within a long here if you were just trying to get in. But if you do have a runner, I think it's worth trying to hold into new 15 with the with ES and RTY showing the ability to push out. Just curious to see how what happens into 30s on ES. Still want that 306 on MQ for previous day value high. Just into our range here. 30 seconds until new 15s. EOC has not shifted at all in the zone, still 77. I'm just watching 84 to 77 to see if bid step in or higher. As long as that's maintaining. If it can't, and with a failure at the highs. Start VWAP test on Russell as supportive. See if it can hold. Pushing into POC now from previous 15-minute candle on NQ. Again, really would love to see a bid step in here, or it just makes sense for a full rotation of the range. Should be decently okay here. If you bought anything in that gray box, you're up. Like to see a new high though. Still mixed.
I'm really interested if we get this on ES, what kind of order flow comes in this like 29 to 32 area. If we get a big take through, or if this is chunky for us.
Full rotation off the failure there.
There are some sellers. Yeah.
Either we get back over 261 or we look for 208s here on NQ. Should be your first risk off on shorts, in my opinion. So we push into 208, 217. It's POC pullback. See if sell side's willing to interact below this, or if buyers are willing. Below this, if 208 goes offer, and we don't just see bids eat this up here, 176 below for short continuation. Really just now watching this yellow box to see if offer holds here, or if we can reclaim 17s for a push back up. But you have what happens when you have buyers trapped in the mid. Yeah, are able to then rotate down. Loss of 77s was big. Coming into our next target here. Offer held 208, push down. I'm a bit interested down here. We can start to chill. Sell side. Back to our offer. The target here, 30-second opening range. It's like 176, 166.
Yes, has like 3 more points here. Done through LVN into value high at 5,500. This is top of imbalance here at 03.
We don't see buyers be able to maintain here at 76. I think there's one more leg down, 40 to 50.
Yeah. 47 is your anchored from like a couple hours before open. Is that high or low? I think this is like a good example of when I say like be patient for the move. I didn't hit anything until we came under that 30 structure, and then it's like, okay, we're just gonna come back to mean, and boom, like 1 minute, you can catch like 50 points almost. Rory's not here today, so it's impossible for any news to be released. Sorry, guys.
You should be mostly, I think, risked off your longs final push. Just move your stops down. This is target. For me, at least. This is just previous day POC.
Yeah, I mean, this makes sense in this node. Like, even from here, we can definitely trade down, I think, on NQ into like 110, 120, but I would rather watch this area be resolved and then play a move away from that. Very similar to yesterday, where I pulled everything off into POC. Like, you could have held for the second leg into the value low. It would have been 120 yesterday, but both ES and Q retesting value highs here. RTY was really responsive off value low. It's retesting 15-minute ORL and a bottom of past auction.
So far, good rejection of value. You see a break below 41 for continuation. Start to rotate through value on NQ. Same thing for ES, 502 rejection value. If it's not clear for those that are same thing like what Sauce is talking about, this is our value edge here on ES and NQ. We're waiting to either see if it becomes supportive or if this look back in, if this now holds for a continuation down. Yeah, well, this is just our final short target that I had. Right, we know passive buyers are here, but we now need to see if we are now holding value as resistance for a continuation down through the range, or if we can now build up from this area. So you'd expect range trading in between here, and we need to see a shift below or a shift above for anything more. Same thing for ES. Go back into value. Is this now holding as resistance for a rotation down? Or can we build, push back up to pretty stay value?
So, Cass, enjoy your time on the island.
Good one, man. This is where you should be expecting your offer to be, at least short term into 208, 217 on NQ. Got selling deltas above. Testing into those selling deltas now. pushing into ES target, previous day value high, and just expecting a little chop here until we figure it out. If we can now hold value, sustain up here, reject. ES into target. Immediate rejection off of our offer of both ES and NQ. Retesting our value now, just like we talked about. We watch to see if a bid can now maintain our value edge on a retest. Value test NQ here. Another rejection of Russell VWAP levels the beta by existence the last 4 hours. Yeah, great job. POC previous 15 here, and our previous high at 66s. So far, rejecting value on both ES and NQ on the entry back in. Same thing as before. We're watching to see if we can get down below 40s, or if we are just going to find passive buyers here. I feel like it's a bit easier to see on ES because we have an LVN. It's very clearly buy side right now, but if it flips sell side, then we rotate through the range for secondary moves. I just highlight box. Nice job, Dan. So far, extreme bid off of 66, retesting value. Still stuck in between this range of our selling deltas above and our passive buyer below.
That's true.
Kind of sad to think about, but you know.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Mm. Yeah, exactly. Educated game.
Talked about this in the past, Dan, too, but I think it's disingenuous to not call it gambling because you carry risk, but there is a reason why some people are professional poker players and why some people lose everything at their local bar on Friday.
But just to clarify, I was responding to Mario's meme. But yeah, I do think that this is unless you have the liquidity to move the market by yourself, then you are placing a bet on the market going up or down with no real skin in the game that actually affects market conditions.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hopefully that trust fund is about 50 bill because that's what you're gonna need there, bud.
Unlucky. Minute 30 until new 15s. Still just holding range. Russell testing our day open VWAP thing again. Just resistance. ESNQ flirting with value edge, but it's still very two-sided. Higher lows, but lower highs. You hate to see it. New 15s, still holding inside bar. The only thing that I see here is a buyer who's attempting at like 88 NQ. And if this guy goes, it just makes sense for us to basically just fill this right back down into 66. So guess we'll see if like the bid kind of maintains there into like 85, 88. But if it doesn't, I just see us kind of coming back down to our lows. 85, 88 held, back up to high range. This is your offer, your first risk off for a scalp, just into the top of the range. No expansion potential for me until we are able to build over like 218. Yes, into previous day value high here. 508. I cannot stop yawning.
My dogs were up like every hour last night. I was up late too, but like every hour they were just scratching at the door. It was horrible.
Like from
And
inside.
yeah, like cause like we keep the cats like out of the room,
Ah,
so like
okay.
they got up literally every hour and then like wanted to go outside. I don't know if they like kept hearing stuff or what, but it was just horrible. It does just confirm that kids are not for me if you know.
Yeah. I'd like to see more. I mean, this is 20 points off of 3 points of risk off of 85, 88, but we gotta push, or this is just going to reject and make us go all the way back down. God, so annoying. So gross. Really want to get us through this offer. Back down to this buyer in the middle of the range. If he's off sides now, then we have more to punish from buy side.
ES looks okay at this 04.
Classic. Surf.
He's got to go to the gym sauce. That's the real one.
Our test here, top of our range into our 18s. I think that you should be moving your stops up if you are playing off of the 148, 141 low. We're now need to see the ability to build here. We're testing into our wick high and these selling deltas. I think if we can start to see some buy side excitement up here, that there's a lot of potential for us to come all the way back up to 49, but we need to see excitement here or this is just going to stay low.
Someone on ES tried to take. There's still liquidity up through like 12. That's pretty thick to take back, but that test actually had someone over. Well, once again, sir, I know the P&L looks good, but when we have like 600 point rotations, like catching 100 points of that is not. That's my job. Like, it's not. It's fine. I mean, Sig's runner was much larger than that. Yeah.
See, but I had the power of distraction.
Yeah, that's true.
I was allowed to sit on hands. Stuck in a dungeon trying to figure out where a door was.
That's true.
What was the rudder? Let me go pull up.
Must have been like 250 maybe? Probably 200 points. Good. You had a better entry than me too. It was before. 300.
And I could have gone for the full thing, but I pussied out. 0.
Yeah, you pussy, only 300 points.
I know.
This is what I'm saying. You guys think the 100-point short is nice.
Man, it was.
Well, it was, but that's
Your
not the point.
120 bounce also was so clutch. Holy.
Yeah. Imagine there's a big node and I sell the top of it and then we go to the middle and then the bottom. And that's the secret. once again, I mean, like, I know the numbers look great, and you're like, wow, look at these big P&L
Yeah.
numbers, but like, guys, it's just understanding when, and this takes time. This does not happen overnight. It doesn't even happen in a year. You don't have enough opportunity to learn in a year. It's 3 years minimum, even more probably. And then like you're like, oh, we have a market condition where I have potential for really big reversions, and then like you just trade the same way that you would normally trade, except instead of holding for 20 NQ points, you get 100, and that's just how it works. And the end. Goodbye, Kells.
There it goes. This is the conversation, Mario. It's like it's literally all we've been talking about. But like this is I just added him. It was like, what's your PT? That was that. So the 120 level played, and then I took out on him 52 to 000, right? Like that was what I was looking. That was at 249. And then we went to 120, then bounced like 60 points, and then we held our 30-second opening range, and then we pushed down to 52s into. But like we both had that plan an hour before it happened.
You can see it's not that
No,
complex.
yeah, like that's why I wanted to post that because it's like it's not.
That's literally all I said the last 2 hours of the day.
Yeah, you pay an extra $100 and you get access to the never
Yeah.
human gaming chat. You want to see some pictures of my house, man?
Or you just listen during the day.
Really can't get through these guys.
There's a, I'll say like decent attempt on ES, but like there's there's actually like a decent seller here on ES.
Mario, my first trade of the day basically today was me switching my Dom from RTY to NQ, but not changing my lot size. And so I was
Very nice.
I was long 10 NQ for 50 seconds. Scariest moment of my life. Half asleep.
Yeah, that sounds horrible. I've done that many a times.
Okay. Dude, yeah, I took 2 points out and made $400. Maybe like 1.5 points even. It was so
And
stupid.
the real response to that is, well, if you had 20 Apex
Yeah.
accounts,
So not worth. Terrifying, man. One and a half points in the other direction, I would have been down 400 at the beginning of the day. The easy way to tilt yourself.
yeah, it is.
Need to take options bully off my man has gotten way more risky with the he posts with his garbage.
Yeah, ever since like, well, because I think he was living in Ukraine, and I feel like he just went on like a spiral and he had to move out.
And is posting OnlyFans models with his options flow.
Yeah, I have, yeah, I literally only get like Vernomen and Smash now.
Yeah.
I took him off since he started kind of grifting too.
No way.
Maybe not after. Is this real?
It's real.
No way.
True. What about Skip?
This is the Oh, wait a second.
What is this world?
Surf, how do you feel about Halo Cybertruck? Yeah, I figured that was gonna be the response.
We're so close to just a warthog, man. Make it.
True. If true, this is big.
Yeah, I'm so glad they're doing it. Focus
Sir,
on
I was
food.
never an Xbox kid. PS2 to PS3, and then made the true jump to the PC. But I've never owned an Xbox.
If they do the Hawaii menu, I think I'd be happy. It doesn't need to go full Japan menu, but
Yeah,
the Hawaii menu is close enough where it's like still has a bit of the Asian influence.
I worry with the because I think a lot of the stuff that makes the Japanese 7-Eleven menu is that they actually like care about keeping
Yes.
things fresh. Like I don't want like the 7-Eleven egg salad in
No.
America. You know what I mean?
You
Or
don't
like
trust 7-Eleven food.
no. No, I'm going for like or like a taquito or something that I
Yeah.
know I'm gonna hate my life afterwards anyways. Like by the way, guys, remember Sig's good advice earlier of when there's inside candles to just wait? That's why we're memeing right now. There's just nothing in this. You can trade the range, but just wait for resolution. 4 minutes, we'll probably get it, honestly.
And the range is just 15-minute POC at 166 and the selling deltas above, right? And nothing is shifted from the two levels that we have marked for clarification. I'm gonna grab some water. Allow integration soon with footprint for indicators because I've got a couple like ideas ready to go if it ever happens.
Yeah.
Stuff it's like actually incredibly useful in the TradingView version. It was doubtful at first, but for what I want to do, some stuff.
Yeah, especially, well, I mean, even talk for like signals and stuff, like it fixes a lot of issues. Or could.
Next week's earnings are insane. Wow. Look how loaded this is.
Hello, earnings. Gotta love earnings season.
Jesus. But really, the only one that matters is AMC on Friday, right?
The best of the best.
I'm curious to see if this McDonald's new menu did anything for them. A $5 bundle. They've been going down compared to like Domino's. Like Domino's is really the only one in fast food. Domino's and Chipotle that have like been able to maintain. Everyone else is kind of shitting the bed.
Heck wrap.
Same price or like $2 more.
Nah, it's gonna be $15.
Yeah.
That's just for the tortilla.
They just need to lower. I mean, it's the prices are outrageous. And even this new like $5 bundle is a limited time offer. It's not just a permanent menu item.
It's like we went to the store yesterday to just like pick up some extra stuff, and it was like $100. And like Abby looked at me, she was like, "How are people supposed to stimulate the economy at this price?" And I was like, "You're getting it.
Yeah.
Wow, you're understanding." Yeah, well, even like Camille, like when I was in college and Wendy's had like the 5 for 5, I like lived off that. And even before, like in high school, like, dude, you could go for $5. You could get like like what, like two McChickens and like two McDoubles. Yeah.
Like a lot of these names are IWM. Actually, the look and stocks or thing that are this week seems like quite a few. Gene,
Even like surf with like where I am for like Subway and Jimmy John's and stuff. Like the delivery fee itself is like over $5.
yeah, it's gross.
Like if I the when in the heyday of the actual $5 footlong, that could be like your food for the day, legit. Like you could have the sandwich for lunch and like have for dinner.
That's what I did for high school.
Yeah, like
Just go to get a $5 foot long, better than the school lunch.
hmm
Did you guys have open or closed campus for school? I don't even know if they still do that anymore.
ours was closed.
Could you leave for lunch, or would they be like mad at you?
No, yeah, you kind of had to stay, but you had like you could have more freedom as like a senior, but not really like leaving campus too much. I know like even like my junior year and senior year, I would take like I would like TA for like two classes in high school. Like I'd have like 2 hours of basically doing nothing, just hanging out.
Senior year?
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, and junior year, cause like they had a different like kind of like credit program where if you were taking like the AP or like college courses during like it would count as extra credits. So like
Mhm.
a lot of people like graduated way early.
Trying to think. I think like senior year, I was at school for maybe 3 hours, and then I had the rest off. It was just like art classes.
Mm-hmm.
Everything else, credit wise, was done. So very similar. Weird. How do I look back? Wasn't allowed to. Yeah. I don't know. I don't even know if my that school still has open campus with all like the school shooting now. It was not bad back in like 12, 10. Still open. My girlfriend lived like right across the street as well, so that's Jesus. I might return this whoop thing, Surf. I mean, it's okay. It's okay. I like the stats, but I don't know if I'm willing to pay the monthly fee. And I don't wake up to the alarm, and I was really excited to be able to wake up to that alarm. I think it's like 29 a month, man. Need to go check. Yeah, it's 29 a month. Pretty expensive. Aura ring? I don't even I've never even heard of that. Maybe I try those. I mean, it seems like it has the exact same stats. Is it an upfront fee or is it like Whoop where you pay it off like 29.99? Okay, so it's 5.99 per year or 69.60. And then do you buy the ring or is it included? Oh, okay. So the ring is $2.99, and then you pay $5 a month. So it's basically the same cost. Because with the Whoop thing, it's $2.99 as well. I think it's $300, and then you pay 29 per month afterward. So if it's the same product, the ring seems like better bang for your buck. Yeah, it's way too weak. Back down to our low of range here. 3 minutes left on this candle, 3.5 minutes. This is our 50-minute VWAP. Again, I really need to see us push below this 40. Anything.
This is ESV WAP. Goldbeck's high.
I would like to see a reoffer here. This push down makes sense off of the failure to get through these selling deltas, but I now need to see like a pretty strong just to not engage with these buyers from before. So let's watch to see if this offer now holds here, or if we rotate through the range again. Again, I don't see anything unless sell side can hold below 40, or we just rotate back up to the selling delta 70. So watch to see if an offer now holds into 70s. If we don't see sell side stick here, just feel like we push back up. So I want to see 70 really show strong pressure on any look above. Basically 70 to like 76. And then we want to see continuation below 30s. That's what I'm looking at. 30 seconds into 15. Fifteens. Opening below these selling deltas here. Again, 70.76 is what I'm watching for. See if the offer sticks. If not, then I just expect rotation up. And I only am looking for continuation when we see selling strength. Good job. We watch to see our reaction to 40s. This is, I think, a good first risk off for 30 points. A 6 point of risk. Need to see that look. This one was much easier areas to find on the trade of 8 compared to trading view, but it's very clear. We just have 2 pockets of delta. Yeah. slowdown's brutal. Buyers are getting absorbed, but not as quickly. Problem is like if we are able to push over the 76 now we have like people trapped at the lows, right? Like I want to see this absorption hold, and then I need to see that secondary look under like anything here. Unless like because now we have the potential to have trap traders on either side here at this little pivot, and that can lead a push all Q. Seller gets trapped here who's attempting to like any sort of buying excitement, and then a hold gives us a push. Makes this area a lot more than the first attempt. It's just like very clear on a retest. Move stops to at least break even at this point. Just coming back down to the bottom of range off another rejection. Absorption was able to hold. Still need to contest with this 40.
I like to see 92s trade on ES.
I have one left here. Now looking for 40 to go offer.
Five and a half minutes, still final hour.
Put my stop at 47. See if I get stopped that or not. I like little areas like that, like very tight but clear. I'm willing to put 6 points of risk on. This makes This is what I was talking about with it being very clear on the trade footprint. You see how we have these two pockets of, and now we're like trying to hold under this 40, and then we had that pocket above at that 76 for those that trading or the trade date footprint. Probably get stopped here, by the way. But like I'm just watching these, and I want to see selling pressure below this. And so far, we're not seeing sellers really getting excited. It's still very passive down there. We might get another opportunity, but I was trying to leave a runner to be cheeky instead of just waiting for a secondary entry at 40s. So it looks like rotations aren't complete yet. Yeah, and I think I could have held my original stop, but I don't know. 3 minutes left. Like, yeah, it's for me. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That's why I'm not too worried about it. I was thinking about just moving it up to like break even at whatever my secondary offer would be, but I'm not seeing the selling deltas yet. But I was hoping that we had got a like more like a solid block of them below 40s because that'll lead to acceleration if we do. But I'm not seeing it yet on footprint. See if we get some shear. Oh, there we go. Minute until new 15s. Want us to close below that
Need to see this ES under this VWAP ETH high zone. Love to see POC trade.
new 15s opening now. Good offer from 40s. Now pushing down into new 15. Target 108. We can get this look below. We don't see a strong reaction into this 108 to like just 19K flat. We don't see strong buyers here. I fully expect us to come down to that 69. And that would align with Mario's POC target if it was going to do the full rotation and we don't see NQ catch a bid.
We're not. ES is not getting this like sell desire down here. I mean, obviously a little bit of a lower low, but it hasn't come in yet.
A lot of absorption here. I'm out until further notice, Sauce. I'll wait until we get below these selling deltas. It's a good secondary short, but I now need to see us show interest. Oh. Yeah, that was my runners break even basically 134. So made sense to risk off there. That's in at my futures trading platform, Rate of 8. It's just the footprint. Okay, pushing into this potential liquidity here. Want to see us now hold below these selling deltas. Basically, want to see us hold our offer. That's why I'm referencing it. I'm drawing it for you guys because you're not. It's not visible here for you. I'll get back in if we push below for a momentum trade, but this area is too finicky for me personally. Not having my original entry. This is what it looks like for me. Well, just so you have a understanding of why I'm talking. I'm seeing these sellers being absorbed and us not moving.
The volume I price is separate though, Surf. I believe. Oh. I see what you're saying.
I'm feeling pretty good about my risk off. So yeah, let us know if you need help setting it up, Dan. I'll make the thread. I need to make the thread. Do you see why I was concerned now? And now we've pushed fully back up? Makes sense. Back to our 40s here. The only saving grace here is a potential offer into our 40 on NQ and VWAP projection on Russell here, or day open. I get the 70. That's the only thing that's gonna allow this to push down, I think. Other than that, there's a lot of punishment that can actually happen on recovery of 6. Well, I'm just gonna sit on hands until we figure out which way we want to go. Seeing as I've already played. Those sell deltas emerge from yesterday's sell-off. That's on the current 15. That was just what was accumulating at the low there, as it's forming. It's our current. Unless I'm misunderstanding you. There's a lot of potential. Yeah, definitely still interested. Not seeing as much interest on ES or RTY though. It's concerned. Again, like until I see those kind of shows, take the short. I think if you wanted to put your stop at like 47s here and try, sure. If you want to like try 7 points of risk for like a top tick into 41, but I just think that it's literally a coin flip. But like if 7 points of risk is fine for you, then shorting previous offer makes a lot of sense. Pretty obvious. I'm just worried about the little soul. Open. Looks like it still has room 73. So we're pushing into top of range here on Russell. This is where I'll start to look to see if sell side is across the board. If Russell maintains range and that shows weakness, and NQ is still holding this like 40 to 47 area, right? We see any weakness start to develop, we'll look for a lower high, but that's the only thing that I'd consider short.
This is 1,000 tick here as well.
Either be the start of a break of our downtrend, or it'll be where exhaustion happens, look for a lower high, and then for a push down. So like just understand this is why I wasn't looking. It felt like a coin flip with Russell still moving. Not a big fan of shorting when Russell has momentum. "28 seconds until new 15s. And we're closing right at our pivot. So now let's see if this push down into the close with Russell losing momentum. We now get a secondary for a push and continuation. Should make for a much better short attempt if this is going now the rotation down. Need to see how this new 15 opens. I'm in 1 from 38 from the push down on that candle with Russell losing. I'm looking for a secondary if we get a bounce and then a reoffer. I'm happier to take this trade on the look back down sauce because we lost momentum on it. Does that make sense? Yeah. So like for me, that made a lot more sense. And then like, of course, this is our first risk off in the previous low. Now we're looking for a secondary or for continuation down. We have to be careful because Russell bouncing here. And again, like this is just POC from previous 15, so it makes for a really good first risk off in this like 115, 118 area. This has to be your first risk off until we can make this previous 15 consistent on the POC. I hope that's clear. We're just bouncing seller, spire.
These higher lows hold in the 0 tick, which it looks like they are. You should be looking for higher highs out of that.
But like even this trade right here, just down to our retrace our previous, like that's a $400 trade.
Yeah, it's a great trade. Your speed from it, Ty, comes from anticipation. Like you should be looking for that structural retest even after the lift off the lows. You have like 10 minutes to anticipate it, then you know exactly what to look for and where you want to execute.
And same as before, if we can push below this, I think that we can really start to get some acceleration back down to value low, at like 69 and 62 area. But we need to look for passive buying here, where we saw absorption just before. These are back to these selling deltas off that last chart that I posted. So we need to see a push below and the ability to actually like show some willingness, or this is just the bottom of the range. Did you change to the footprint chart? Chart type, Patel?
I'm gonna assume no based on that signal. It's called bid ask, by the way, in Intraday.
That was really delayed. Come on now.
Not as slow as Rory, but slower than everyone else.
I've got nothing here until we either make that 40 supportive or we push below. I'm flat to the previous POC. I just took the 400 and ran. Waiting now. I only had one, or I would have kept a runner. So I didn't want to give it all back on contract. And just to again, like this is what I'm watching. Got these. So like what I see. So let me do a little Crayola crayon action on this thing. I'm just looking for little rotations between the yellow and blue box until I see either a bid and hold above the blue box. And then we play up into that absorption that's in the higher yellow box, or we see selling acceleration below the yellow box, the lower yellow box. So to me, this is just like a nice little range that's developed. And I'm not looking for more until we see a willingness to trade out of here. Right, and that looks like this on TradingView itself. There are boxes. I mean, it just goes to back to neutral, right? The neutral state. So, I mean, if you were paying attention to it, I guess it could be important. Like we saw the disappearance of a block at the low there, at 100 to 110, and then they fully developed. But so basically, it went from like solid red blocks to a neutral state, and then back to solid red blocks, red blocks. Um, so like we saw some absorption that was trying to take place, but I would say that you could maybe think of it as like exhaustion from the side.
That's so if they go away, Sauce, you're much more concerned into a low if the buy side goes away. What that's showing is that there is less seller pressure, right? Which is good because we were looking after a tick extreme into zero and a higher lows. So like our immediate trend shift, we called it even as it was coming down to look for this higher high here, right? That makes sense. Now if the bid steps away there, right? That is more important because that is an invalidation of the higher low thesis, right? It's showing that lack of buy side value in that zone still, when that's what we were anticipating, right? So the fact that the sellers went away is good, right? So do I take any stock in it? Not really, because it's expected, right? Where I take concern or I'm paying more attention is if the bid steps away there. No, buyer absorption is still happening, but there's less sell. Okay, so take a step back. If there's less sell pressure in a zone, what does the value proposition means there? Sellers going away as in buyer absorption no longer happening. I'm talking about a buyer deltas going back to neutral. Well, the buyer is still equal there. What's less is the seller. So we have to go find sell liquidity higher then. Because value is no longer viewed at the lows. Where is value viewed for sellers? Well, we're coming into it here, right? Midway point of this auction above.
Value high. This is a POC retest. I don't really have much here. Either this holds, right, into our value high, or I see us rotating back up to 208. So really just keeping an eye on this.
Gonna have minutes to last half hours.
So I feel like, again, like this area now becomes really important for buyers to be able to gain above. It's 65 to 71. See buy side, show their. And why do I care about that area? Because that was where that absorption was taking place and where active buyers stepped in, just over this attempt. So for me, I look for something like this now, based off of that. 40 seconds. Still need. Fifteens. Just going straight through that area. Watching it as an offer point now. Again, now I look for offer into 165, 173. Won't look for bids until we can recover that. We're holding. Back to our 40s here. Do we see how that secondary setup is playing here? That I posted right above. I have one. I'm out here. The day open. I'll look for a continuation. I think we can do full rotation, but I only have one contract. So what you mean by those red cell deltas sitting below? Yes. And also just on the candle itself. Delta foot. So you've got it in two different areas here. You've got it. You see how you have two here? You've got the delta by price on the right, and then you also have them showing the left on the actual candle.
It's confluence of past auction and current auction.
Mm-hmm.
Once you start to get some time and read them together, it will help a lot.
I wish I had two contracts. This sucks. It is what this is what I get for not just setting my quantity to 2.
I feel that.
Or 10, yeah.
Or 10. Ty, do you remember what you said like 2 seconds ago and we all laughed at you because you're just lying?
All right, bottom of range here, boys. Full rotation. I wish I had that drawing saved, but it is what it is.
Gib 8082 ES. Let it be done.
Just back down to the bottom here.
Reminder, guys, I'm gonna hold kind of the same tone I did yesterday in this last half hour, where like if you had a good whatever your day is, like good or bad, there's a high probability of some pretty volatile moves in this last half hour. So unless something looks really good, um, you don't need to be pressing into this. A big range is still low liquidity. People are gonna be moving size, closing positions, especially at the end of the week here. You could see a big cover run. And just be careful. I will probably maybe give it 5 more minutes, and if there's nothing like really clear, I probably will be done in terms of executing. But I want to kind of remind you guys, yes, is there potential if things are clear to make big points really quickly? Yeah, of course. If things aren't clear, is it easy to just get your face chopped off here? Yeah. So, I've said my piece.
I love that guy.
He's a guy. Varg, did you watch that video I tagged you in, man? Did you watch the Skeletor video? I think it's his best one ever. He's not even in voice.
No, that's why.
I'm just staring and screaming to a wall.
He's just shit posting. What I love is that he doesn't even need to be in voice to still just shit post, and then
Yeah.
he's just here to do it.
Yeah.
You're gonna make him go into full on panic.
That's I'm reverse shit posting the shit poster.
Russell still has a bit more room, so just be careful. See how we're doing just like perfect oscillations if day open. Yeah, 30-second range.
Notice the expansion on tick too, just showing volatility kind of across the market here as we close out the week. Really tight tick like all day. Now we're getting these big ol' ranges. You're learning, Patel. Every day, man. Every day. Getting just a wee bit better. It's very promising to see. Yeah. I feel you, my friend.
My dog hates it when I do these full sessions. Oh, we.
Mine are just asleep because they were up all night.
Wish I could sleep like a dog. Just be hyperactive when awake and then immediately fall asleep.
Yeah, and just
Any
knock
point.
out for 18 hours.
Yeah,
And
like,
then,
that's the life.
yeah. Boy. Do we even need a poll for that, Surf? Do we even need a poll for that too? Hey, someone's got to wear the pants and someone's got to put the pants on, you know?
You like that full surf?
Yeah, that's. Man is literally living every Redditor's dream and is complaining about it.
Look at this candle, dude. What is this? Ugh.
This is the Russell going up. But
Huge
also,
15-minute action.
yeah, this is, it's something. Something that I'm not gonna touch. Goodbye, Surf.
Later, man.
Yeah. Where's the all of the above option? White 4 is a dog now, apparently, as well.
The easiest test of my life. 4 multiple choice. Easy passing grade.
There you go, Romeo. Goodness.
We are now attempting to bid this 64-73 area, which is promising. But if it can't be sustained, it's just going to turn into offer again, and then we'll just look for a rotation down. I really would love to see this stay bid for upside. If not, then I really don't cheer. Russell still leading up with momentum. Pivot holding. Perfect timing, my vape just died. It is
Lovely.
truly market close.
It truly is.
Russell has room to 80-50 if we're going to do the full rotation. Watch this on RTY. Hold. Close, if anything. It just rotates back through the range. Seems pretty simple. Are we in overall structure now? We're just hanging out at our pivot on SPX. NQ pivot held, testing top of range here, seeing if our offer is sticking or if we can push to that 208. Bit volatile. MOC close just happened. I think the bot might be down.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything.
But if it's hard to read that, 1.5 bill to buy side S&P 500, Mag 7 180 mil buy side, Dow 430 mil buy side, and Q 200 mil buy side. Looks like they're selling Nvidia and they're buying Microsoft.
That Microsoft strength today has been abnormal, especially with how it's been trading lately. It's nice to see, but it's still
Is it because of the Chat GPT search thing that came out yesterday?
yeah, I think so. I mean, because Google got crushed off of that, which makes sense. Like, I don't know. I feel like more so now, because even with a little bit of lag, I'm gonna try to get my full ID and statement out here without butchering it. But like the whatever the new DuckDuckGo is, like I do think ChatGPT will be the new Google, just because of ease of use and like you can actually like just ask it a question and it's much easier. But I feel like people are going to appreciate a less filtered answer, like Google compared to DuckDuckGo. So whatever the DuckDuckGo of the AI search engine is, I think will do quite well. This is purely personal, anecdotal,
I mean, I get it. You're on the right track.
but I have no idea what that's gonna be, and like, obviously nobody does, but
Especially if it's like the OpenAI one is kind of trash. People are
yeah,
gonna want something that's more catered. So.
yeah, and just like I don't know, Microsoft does do a lot of whenever they get their hands on. There's not like censorship, but it's definitely like targeted answers. Same with Google, though. You see that on Google where like web pages get like blacklisted and shit, and for better or worse. I feel like people are way more sensitive to that now. Dap dap go.
Russell holds here, or we just rotate through the range. I haven't taken a trade in any of this. I have no interest to trade the same area we've been trading for the last 2 hours.
Yeah.
How much are you holding, bud? Surely. I need to check on my little portfolio. God. Crypto was fun for like a month, and then it kind of went back to being shit.
It's because you're not in skibbity toilet coin.
Yeah, man. Wonder how much of a lift it got at
You're
as
missing out.
mentioned.
Was skibbity toilet coin in Congress on your yearly bingo card? Because if not, you're not paying attention.
It feels right that Apu is my highest relative gainer. Apu coin, Pepe coin.
Naturally.
Yeah, that's good. Back to the lower range here, and then Q. Russell failed to hold, getting our rotation down, back down to VWAP, and our day open. ES doing a full range rotation, finally going to that POC, it looks like, at 80.
Yeah. Took too long. Oh well.
This is classic structure, man. You don't know about the 3 candles that fully retrace themselves on the 15-minute?
I gotta put that in the playbook.
This is... What do we call this?
The triple back.
We call that thing.
We call that log off 15 minutes ago. 'Cause
Yeah.
what are you doing? Nice for me. Oh, genius.
Tom needs to learn from you. Anyone want a free small Domino's pizza, by the way?
True. I give that away.
Anyone? Can I just post this in chat? Is that cool? Whoever uses it first gets it.
Yeah, that works for me.
Here. Whoever uses it first, man. It's 15 buckos. I think that actually meets the minimum requirement for that free pizza. So you might actually get 2 pizzas technically. So I think a medium pizza costs about like 13, 15 bucks. They give a second one for free right now with that deal. So it could actually be a good deal overall. That was our reward for all of our years of being a YouTube partner. $15 coupon. Unless Tom used it already, and then I just like fucked you all. I'm sorry. We'll see what Tom
True.
says. Let me know in chat if you were able to successfully add that to your Domino's. Yo, another huge rotation all the way back up.
Crazy. What do we got? 15 seconds? 10 seconds? Getting exciting. What a week. Finally a good week.
And that is the close, friends.
Ding, ding, ding. All right, well, I will see you folks on Monday. Enjoy your weekend. Hopefully, I have energy on Monday. I got that concert on Sunday.
That should be fun.
Yeah,
What?
it
How
starts
late
like
does it
5.
go?
It's,
Oh,
it starts
5.
at like 5 o'clock. Like it's gonna. I'm
Go
gonna be
to
home at like
go to
9.
10. Yeah.
I don't even know if there's openers. I would assume not, but to be honest, we'll see. And we have like we're not on the floor, like we have actual seats, so I'm just actually gonna like sit and chill.
It's
It's
a
gonna be kind of nice.
can snack.
Yeah, I will be snacking. I will be snacking. All right, I will see you guys on Monday. Goodbye.
Peace.